Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome here to the Launchpad and our live launch coverage of a historic launch from Canada. NordSpace set to launch the first commercial rocket in Canadian history here this morning. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad and here at TLP Network. It's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow because we believe that space is better together, and we're glad to have you joining us live here this morning for this historic launch from Canada, the first flight of NordSpace, the first commercial rocket launch from Canada. Just a couple of weeks ago, we saw the largest rocket ever launched by a university team in the world, and now here we are back on the East Coast, ready for Canada to take the next step towards becoming a sovereign nation with its own sovereign launch capabilities. In 2020, we saw America launch the first American rocket from American soil, launching American astronauts with SpaceX since the shuttle, and now Canada is stretching to do a similar thing on a slightly smaller scale. As always, if you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging me at the Launchpad, and I'll work on answering those live here while we run through today's broadcast. Now, you can see that countdown running in the top right corner of your screen. Now, you might be wondering, well, when is this launch going to actually take place? Now, this launch countdown is running to the current targeted T0 at the last update that we had from NordSpace. Now, there is the chance that this will slip. Today, the launch window does open shortly, but it does run for a large period of the day. Now, you might be wondering, who is NordSpace? NordSpace is an exciting company building a lot more than just launch vehicles. They are working towards building an end-to-end space mission capability for Canada, which includes everything from infrastructure for testing, launching engines, rockets, to satellites and robotics for low Earth orbit, and eventually the moon, and one day even further into the solar system. That is their goal. Their mission is to advance life on Earth from space, so many of their missions include the first satellite launching next year called Terra Nova, which are to be built for the first step of capabilities like detecting wildfires from space using artificial intelligence to save homes and lives while monitoring whale populations in the North Atlantic. NordSpace is authorized to launch here in Canada for today. We were hoping to be able to get out there to the beautiful NordSpace Atlantic Spaceport Launch Complex, but unfortunately we just weren't able to here today. The launch window originally opened on Monday and runs until today, August 29th, but they've been monitoring their weather conditions, and everything is pointing that today will be the best opportunity for them to have a launch here today. Now, if they don't get off the ground today, we'll see if they can extend that launch window. Now, we're glad to have so many of you joining us live here today. Lots of people tuning in from all over the world. Kyle Jones is watching Las Vegas. We got Mike B in Columbus. Julie Katz in Michigan. We got Tony in Bullhead City, Arizona. Yoru, sorry if I'm saying that wrong, in Yorkshire, England. We got Mike Johnson in Renton, Washington. Roberto's in Slovakia. Welcome. Anna's in San Mateo, California. Welcome. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Jeff B's in Mississippi. We're glad to have you all joining us live here. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that like button, share the stream, and invite people to join us. Now, as this is a test flight, we will patch NordSpace in as soon as they do go live. We're monitoring those weather conditions down around the launch site at the beautiful NordSpace Atlantic Spaceports Complex. Slick 02 is where they'll be attempting to launch today, just outside the city, or town, of St. Lawrence in Newfoundland and Labrador. The launch window opening at 8 a.m. Newfoundland time here this morning. And we'll hopefully be able to have a beautiful launch here this morning. Now, the vehicle that they're attempting to launch today is not their full-scale launch vehicle. This is their flight prover. This is proving out their technologies, their fully 3D printed engine, and proving out that they can be able to do this. Now, if you haven't heard of NordSpace, don't worry, many people haven't. That's because they really only started about a year ago. Yes, that's right. They have gone from paper napkin idea to a suborbital commercial launch in Canada building their entire own launch site, including roads and infrastructure, building a rocket, testing a brand new engine that they've developed, and here we are ready for launch of the first commercial launch from Canada on a suborbital mission, proving out their technologies in preparation for building their big rocket, which they hope to launch in the coming years, depending how today goes. So we'll be excited to sit down with them in the future for it. It has been a busy couple of weeks for them out on the East Coast, so fortunately we weren't able to sit down with them in preparation of today's flight, but we are in communication with NordSpace, and we look forward to hopefully being able to sit down with their CEO and some of their team following today's flight, and we'll of course bring that to you, and then I will make that hopeful promise, unless something crazy happens, that we will be there for their first commercial orbital launch. Can't miss that. Canada going orbital, that'll be incredible, but that'll be a couple of years down the road. We are staying tuned to the countdown. They said at their last update they were hoping to target a liftoff about an hour from now. And their live stream has begun. So we are going to patch them in so that you guys will be able to see exactly what we are seeing. And of course, we will listen in to their mission control as their live stream is set to get underway here, hopefully, in the next few minutes. And they're going to know a lot more than we are. Keep in mind, this is a new company, new startup, so we'll be rolling with the punches just like you guys, seeing how their live broadcast goes, but we'll continue to answer your guys' comments and questions. Send them in the chat by tagging me at the Launchpad, and we'll work on answering those live. If you haven't yet, take a moment and share out the stream, invite people to join us, and we're glad to be answering those questions. NZ Native 3, similar to how Rocket Lab started with their ATIA 1 rocket. Exactly. It's let's prove out some of our brand new technologies, and then let's scale up to our next size of launch vehicle. The fact that they already have their own launch, their spaceport, their own launch site, is huge. It's absolutely gorgeous. Kind of similar to New Zealand, out on one of those peninsulas. Beautiful area. A great opportunity to be able to watch it from a neighboring peninsula. So we're looking forward to that in the future. And some big dreams for NordSpace. Now, they're not the only company. There are a few small startups in the last couple of years, and I don't want to even say small in the scale of that. Compared to SpaceX, they're small. But these are not small teams that are working towards commercial launch capabilities from the eastern seaboard of Canada, the extension of the Space Coast, maybe you could say. Maybe the Space Coast now has to refer to the entire eastern seaboard. We'll have Florida, we have Wallops in Virginia, and we have, there was a test site in Maine for another company, and now we're stretching up into Canada from Newfoundland and Labrador and the Maritimes. So maybe Space Coast East is just referring to the entire eastern seaboard now. Catching up on what you guys have been saying in the chat. Adam Strong joining from the top of the Cape in St. Lawrence. Adam, I am so jealous. I was hoping to be there with you guys today, but just wasn't able to make it out there. How is it looking there this morning? I know we're waiting for that break of dawn for today's flight is what they are hoping. Adam, if you happen to live out in that area, maybe you can reach out to us via X or our Discord. We are looking at growing our team, getting rocket chasers out near all the launch sites. Makes it a little easier. St. Lawrence is not the easiest place to get to. It's a multi-hour drive from one of the larger airports, so hopeful that we will be there for the first orbital flight, and who knows, maybe there'll be another suborbital flight that we'll be able to make it out to as well. Exciting day for Canada here, though, as the first company to build a commercial launch vehicle is launch licensed and ready to fly. If you are just joining us, welcome here to the Launchpad. We are now just over an estimated 55 minutes and counting till NordSpace will attempt to launch Canada's first commercial launch vehicle. We're waiting for the live broadcast to begin. Stay with us as we count down to launch and bring you the latest updates as NordSpace reaches for the Carmen line. And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the Launchpad, our continuing live countdown to launch coverage. NordSpace playing a video there of what their hopes and plans are for the Atlantic spaceport, where they will dream of launching their larger vehicle. But today, Flight 1, a test flight out of a smaller variant of their vehicle, proving out their technologies and capabilities. If you're seeing a little bit of jumping on the stream, just that is coming in on NordSpace's side, not our side. So unfortunately, not something that I would be able to try to fix for you guys. I apologize about that, but they're likely broadcasting from out in the field, so they might be having a little bit of jumpiness with their internet connection. But we will be staying live, and we will of course patch them in as we continue to count down to launch and are awaiting any sort of updates that are happening here today. But at last update, they should be launching in just over 50 minutes time. That is what their latest update had that they provided to media. Big day in Canada as they count down to launch the first commercial launch vehicle. They said they go live just about an hour before liftoff, and that was exactly what they did at that T-minus 60 mark. That is when that video went live. So we'll listen in to their live commentary or audio or whatever we're going to get from them once they begin that. They are currently just on a standby loop with some nice copyrighted music, maybe. So we're going to be keeping that turned down. But if you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging me at the Launchpad. And I'll work on answering those live to the best of my ability. Michelle says, I would love to visit the Maritimes someday. I heard they're beautiful there. I agree, Michelle. It is on my my future travels list, and I'm so excited that it now can stretch to I need to go there for my job and to see rocket launches, not even just for the beauty of the area, but the beauty mixed with rockets sounds like a win to me. Hopefully we'll be able to get there out there next year. Chaz Floyd, if you were in a car traveling at the speed of light and you turn headlights on, does anything happen? I don't believe so. But that's an interesting question, Chaz. Thanks for sending that in. Peter says, hello from Denmark. Good morning. Yeah, it's still good morning, I believe, over in Denmark. Great to have you joining us. If you haven't yet, take a moment, share out the stream. Invite people to join us as we continue to await NordSpace to begin their live broadcast. We haven't had any updates as of yet. Nimrod watching from Hungary, welcome. Great to have you joining us here. Mike B's in Columbus. Jasicki, sorry if I'm saying that wrong, is watching from Newfoundland. Welcome. Andy is watching from Portsmouth in the UK. Mike B, Canada isn't that big. You should be able to look out your window. I mean, if you went on a high enough mountain, and if the rocket was big enough, and the weather conditions... No, unfortunately, Canada's just a little too wide. Different from Florida, where you can watch launches from basically anywhere in the state. And a long flight, too. Was going to be... I looked at it. If I could get the direct, it was going to be like 5.5 hours. And then like a 4.5 hour drive out to the launch site. So, not the easiest place to get to. But I mean, that's what you want for a launch site too. And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the Launchpad. You can see our countdown clock has just been adjusted as we have had an update from NordSpace. The latest update saying, "Hi everyone, we are so excited to welcome you to our first flight. We are waiting for a bit more daylight and will be starting the stream closer to 7 a.m. Newfoundland time, approximately 1 hour from now, keeping in mind that Newfoundland does run a 30-minute offset on their clock time off of Atlantic time, not even off Eastern. So there's Eastern, then there's Atlantic, then there's Newfoundland. So they are now roughly an hour away from when they're starting their stream. Now that could mean an hour to launch, or that could mean an hour till they're an hour away from launch. So we're keeping an eye on that, waiting for any sort of updates that we have from them on how things are progressing. But that update just coming in as Canada gets up early, ready to watch NordSpace attempt to reach for space on a suborbital mission, proving out their technologies in preparation for scaling up and going for orbit. Robert Amity asking, what is their launch window? That's a really great question. They do have a larger launch window. The launch window opens today, 2.5 hours earlier than some of the other days this week. So their launch window was all of this week. Today's actually the last day, technically, in their current launch window. We could see that expanded if they need to. But the launch window opens daily at 8 o'clock Newfoundland time, but then they did say they were opening it 2.5 hours early, and then that launch window extends for most of the entire day. Because this is their own launch site and their location, they are able to have that capability. They have all the restrictions for airspace and for sea traffic, so that they are able to keep everything out of those exclusion zones. 3 nautical mile radius for navigation has been shut down for today's flight. So they do have lots of capabilities for today. Now, some people might ask, why did they choose Newfoundland and Labrador for their launch concept? A lot of people had previously believed that Canada was too far north for efficient launches. And the launch site that they have built, the NordSpace Atlantic Spaceports Complex, is situated at 46 degrees latitude with clear flight paths and a wide range of launch inclinations, and is particularly well suited for polar orbits. For reference, in comparison to other launch sites around the world, Russia has been launching at a same attitude of 46 degrees since the beginning of the space age, and other spaceports of the world at higher altitudes include Andoya in Norway at 69 degrees, Esrange in Sweden at 68, Saxford at 61, the Pacific Spaceport Long Complex in the United States at 57, and others. So there is a number of other launch sites that do exist that they are looking at comparing to of their capabilities. They're playing through this video again, showing what their hopes are to scale up to this next size vehicle, and that they want to be able to launch these Canadian satellites to monitor the hurricane wildfire conditions, monitor the oceans and the whale traffic. There's a video of their 3D printed engine that they have tested in preparation for this flight as well. Some amazing technologies coming out of NordSpace, keeping in mind they were really only a startup idea just over a year ago. They have made incredible progress to where they are here today. Looks like they played through another video there. We're kind of on standby for how this broadcast is going to go. It's the first time with them, so bear with us as we watch these videos come in and make sure that we're ready to patch in their audio the moment that they begin any sort of launch coverage for here today. Vern, what is the expected attitude for this flight? That I don't believe that they have been answering, or not answering, but I don't believe we have had any sort of information divided on that. But let me see on what their target is here today. The vehicle launching today is Taiga. Hope I was not saying that too wrong. It is 17 feet tall with 1 foot in diameter. Tundra, their larger launch vehicle, will be 75 feet tall and 15 meters in diameter. Tundra would launch from Slick 1, as Slick 2 would be reserved for smaller launches and ground support equipment for Slick 1's satellite and rocket communications. Taiga's flight is partially fuel test that will last up to 60 seconds. Their goal is to fly their first Tundra as early as 2027. So 2 years or less is their hope to scale up to that larger launch vehicle. Truly would be an incredible opportunity for Canada to have that capability of launching this launch vehicle from Canada. The first commercial launch hopefully going to take place a little bit earlier today. We have had confirmation, though. They are currently filling propellants. Propellant is now being loaded on to the rocket in preparation for today's flight. So a great milestone as things continue. We'll be popping on and off with commentary updates as we get them. If you haven't yet, take a moment, gauge that like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us. We'll be continuing to await NordSpace as they work towards launching the first commercial rocket from Canada. Stay with us. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome here to the Launchpad and our live countdown to launch coverage of a historic flight launching from Canada. If it's your first time here, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad and here at TLP Network. It's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow because we believe that space is better together, and we're glad to have you joining us live here today. We're keeping a close eye on the weather conditions out at Newfoundland and Labrador for NordSpace Atlantic Spaceport Complex, where NordSpace will be attempting just over a year from when they first had the idea on a napkin, will be attempting to launch their first ever rocket. Today's suborbital mission of the TIGA rocket, I hope I'm saying that right, is attempting to launch here today. We are stepping into that launch window in just a couple of minutes from now. We're waiting for an update from NordSpace, and we're hoping they'll begin their live coverage here. They've been battling the internets and getting the signal out there, so we're hopeful that they'll be able to solidify that in preparation for flight. But we've been keeping a close eye on it and the development of this absolutely beautiful spaceport out in Newfoundland, where they'll be attempting to launch today's vehicle. Now, today's vehicle is just a small-scale test vehicle in preparation for what they hope to build in the future. Today, TIGA is a small vehicle with a singular engine standing 17 feet tall and 1 foot in diameter. Their larger vehicle, their orbital vehicle, would be called Tundra. It will stand 75 feet tall and be 15 meters in diameter. Tundra would launch from Slick 1 at the spaceport. Today, they're attempting to launch from Slick 2, which has been reserved for smaller launches and ground support equipment to support Slick 1 for satellite and rocket communications, range tracking radar, and more once they go there. TIGA's flight is a partially fueled test that's expected to last about 60 seconds, traveling up to about 35,000 feet. Their goal is to fly Tundra for the first time as early as 2027. TIGA, a suborbital rocket, is powered by a single Hadfield engine, named after Chris Hadfield, and a single stage. There are many other important differences between TIGA and Tundra. Tundra will be a much larger vehicle in scale and will be a two-stage vehicle powered by multiple of their 3D printed Hadfield engines. Now, we got people tuning in from all over the world for today's live broadcast, and we're glad to have you all joining us live here. If you have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad. We'll do a couple quick shout-outs here and then get into those questions and a little bit more about what we know about today's mission. We got Bruce tuning in from Chula Vista, California. Welcome. We got Gimp in Contquiplam. I always say that one wrong. In BC. Welcome. We got Frank in Bury, UK. We've got K2 Robotics in Spain, 11:28 a.m. there. Welcome. We got Colin, who's on vacation in Poland. Great to have you joining us live here. We got Jomi in India as well. Glad to have you guys joining us live here today. We are standing by for them to begin their live coverage, and it looks like they have done so. We'll, of course, patch in their audio once they begin their stream, but a absolutely gorgeous morning at the brand new spaceport for Canada. NordSpace's Atlantic Spaceport Complex is set to host its maiden flight here this morning. Now, we do have a countdown running. That was based on kind of the last update that we had from them. We will adjust that as we get more information on a targeted T0. We haven't had an update on that, but it looks like an absolutely beautiful morning for liftoff. Today, NordSpace will attempt to set history in Canada, launching the first commercial rocket from Canada, a fully privately funded and managed initiative crucial for Canada to be a space launch capable nation. This will support Canadian security, economy, and sovereignty. This launch will also be the first commercial liquid rocket launch in Canadian history and the first commercial launch from a commercial Canadian spaceport. The word commercial is significant. The commercial space industry has grown over the past 20 years, and only a few nations have made this possible, and their governments. In fact, countries like New Zealand, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Norway, Sweden, India, and the UK, and many others have built sovereign space launch facilities and are working towards launch capabilities. In 1962, Canada was the third nation of humanity to build a satellite, Alouette 1, and has had a long history of success in robotics with the International Space Station and the Space Shuttle. Although our nation has never been able to launch an orbital launch vehicle, and that's what NordSpace sets to deliver. Back in the 1950s, Canada funded and supported a suborbital rocket program, which led to the development of the Black Brant and the Churchill Rocket Research Range in collaborations with the Canadian Armament Research and Development Establishment and the National Research Council of Canada. In contrast, so far, NordSpace efforts have been entirely privately funded and managed, in line with the growth of a commercial space leading company, leading the way from around the world. NordSpace takes great pride in launching from Canada and hopes that it will open the floodgates to launches to space from Canadian soil. Today's mission is called Getting Screeched In. It'll be a demonstration flight of their fully Canadian-made suborbital rocket, TIGA. They believe that it will be critical for Canadian launch capability to be supported by a Canadian-designed vehicle built in Canada, launching from Canadian soil by a 100% Canadian-owned company. Sound a little familiar to maybe SpaceX in the Dragon missions? The NordSpace team has worked tirelessly to develop TIGA in preparation for today's flight. This is a demonstration before they work towards launching their Tundra vehicle. Powered by their proprietary 3D printed liquid rocket engine called the Hadfield engine, they are hopeful to launch here this morning. And it looks like an absolutely beautiful launch day. We are keeping a close eye on any updates that are coming in from NordSpace. We haven't had a updated T0 as of yet, so what we're going to do is we are going to take that countdown timer down off the top of your screen as we await an updated time on that, and once we have one, we will then work to we'll bring that countdown back on the screen here as soon as we do have an update from NordSpace on what time they are targeting of a liftoff. They have not given an update as of yet for that, but a beautiful, beautiful morning on the eastern Space Coast. And I think that's one of the fun things to look at is maybe Space Coast no longer only means Florida. We've got Florida, we have Virginia, and now we have Newfoundland and Labrador with this new suborbital spaceport and one day orbital spaceport, hopefully as soon as 2027, coming online. K2 Robotics, which latitude is it at? That is a really great question because that's something NordSpace said was critical about selecting this launch site. There were 20 factors that were considered finding the ideal location to build this spaceport. Launching over the ocean obviously was a major one. It also opens up them launching to more orbital inclinations for the future. A common misconception was Canada was too far north for efficient launches other than polar, and this launch site, the Atlantic Spaceport Complex, is located at 46 degrees latitude with clear flight paths over a wide range of launch inclinations. Comparing that to other launch vehicles, Russia has been launching from 46 degrees since the beginning of the space program, and other spaceports exist at higher altitudes, including Endoya in Norway at 69 degrees, Esrange in Sweden at 68 degrees, Saxford in Scotland is at 61 degrees, and the Pacific Spaceport Complex in the United States is at 57 degrees, and there are others around the world. So this is not the highest, furthest north launch site in the world, but they are attempting to show that, you know what, Canada can launch to space, and eventually one day they will stretch and hopefully be able to reach an orbital capability with their Tundra launch vehicle. We reached out to NordSpace to try to support them in this mission, and hopefully that wasn't able to happen with this one, but we hope that maybe we can work on partnering together. We do believe that space is better together, and we'd love to help bring the NordSpace mission and launch capabilities to the world. I can't help but keep looking at that of just what a beautiful morning down at Canada's new spaceport where the TIGA rocket is set to launch. If you guys have questions, you can send them in the chat by tagging me at the Launchpad. We'll work on answering those live while we continue through today's broadcast. I see a couple of people asking how tall is today's launch vehicle. Today's launch vehicle of the Taiga rocket is 17 feet tall with a 1 foot diameter. Tundra, which is their orbital launch vehicle, will be 75 feet tall and 15 meters in diameter. Taiga, the vehicle launching today, launches on a singular 3D printed Hadfield engine. The Tundra launch vehicle will fly on multiple of those 3D printed engines. These are liquid fuel engines. These are not a solid fuel engine system, which other vehicles normally of this size would be. Today's mission, NordSpace Flight Test 1, getting screeched in Atlantic Spaceport Complex's maiden flight. Again, keeping up to date on any updates coming in from NordSpace. Nothing as of yet. All conditions continue to look nominal. At 6 o'clock local time, we had confirmation that propellant loading was underway. So you can see there's the view of the pad there. Now this is pad 2, Slick 2, at the spaceport. Slick 1 will be developed over the next couple of years to support the Tundra missions, and Slick 2 will still stay online to support smaller scale launches, but it'll also be used as a secondary support pad and area to support launches from Slick 1, which will launch Tundra. I see a couple people dropping comments about their website has a countdown on it. That is something that we were looking at yesterday. The countdown on their website counts down to whatever is 6:30 your local time. So on my computer it says 3 hours and 20 minutes, but if you're over on like the eastern area it says 20 minutes. So it's unfortunately just a little bit of a bug in their site. So we do not have an updated T0 as of yet. We're waiting to have that from NordSpace while they continue towards their launch here this morning. But it does look like beautiful weather conditions. The remains of Hurricane Aaron have dissipated. That was one of the things that they were kind of fighting, was they had some very strong wind conditions on Monday. They had an open pad visit time that anyone of the public was actually welcome to come out and see Taiga out on the pad, see the launch site, but it was incredibly windy, and they ended up pushing later into their launch window. Their launch window ran all of this week. Today's actually technically the last day in their currently announced launch window, but we will keep an eye on if they have to extend that window for any reason, but they seem to be hopeful that everything is looking good for launch here this morning. Everything but their internet connection. They've been struggling with that, unfortunately. They're very regional. They're on the radar. If you're looking at the radar on the right side of your screen, at the very bottom, kind of center of the landmass, you see like kind of a leg that stretches down towards 7 o'clock and then up towards like 9 o'clock. They are down on that kind of tip of the land. And so they're in a very regional area. Definitely not going to have, strong fiber connections like you could at Kennedy kind of thing, or at Starbase. But they are doing their best, and hopefully we'll have an updated T0 from them here within the next few minutes. You can keep sending in your comments and questions in the chat by tagging me at the Launchpad. I'll work on answering those live. I want to leave up their live shot. I know it's buffering. We're not buffering. That's on their end. But I want to leave it up anyways, even if it's a paused image. It's just a beautiful view of the spaceport as they're getting ready to fly here today. Good morning, Josh. Pronunciation is it Taiga Is that what we're saying the pronunciation of the launch vehicle is? That is awesome. The astronauts are specially trained ground squirrels from Alberta. I hope there's no squirrels on board. I think we've moved past using animals to test our launch vehicles, unlike the 60s. Jules, Y, 17 feet tall, interesting if it reaches space. So this is a suborbital launch vehicle. This one will not reach the Kármán line. I've seen a few people say they believe the goal is 35,000 feet in altitude for today's flight. It is a partially fueled launch vehicle, so it's their first test flight. But because they own this spaceport, it gives them a lot of capability to be able to launch in the future. And that looks like the viewing grounds, which is on the neighboring peninsula, where they highly encourage the public to come visit for launch day here this morning. I was hoping to try to get out there for you guys and have a live shot, but it just didn't work out with some of the schedules of some personal stuff, unfortunately, but we will try to get out there for the next one, and I'm not missing Canada's first orbital launch, so we'll be definitely out there for that one when that happens in 2027. You can see the people up on the hill ready to cheer on Taiga as it's set to launch here this morning, awaiting an updated T0 from NordSpace. Their launch window extends a good portion of the day if they were needing to extend their time, but generally speaking, companies try not to do that. Catching up on your guys' questions in the chat. Again, I see a couple people mentioning about their website timer. That timer will count down to 6:30 local time on your computer. So mine says 3 hours, 14 minutes. That's not actually linked to an actual T0. It is based on your computer's time zone. So unfortunately, a little bit of a trick there, knowing what time that's at. If you happen to be down in the area, definitely, if you take photos or videos of today's mission, definitely reach out to us on social media. We'd love to share those out on X, TLPN_official, or you can join us over on our Discord. It's where our community hangs out in between streams. We'd love to see you there. Joshmog Gaming, to be a moderator, do you need to be 16 or 18? For a number of our positions, you need to be 18. Any application of 16 plus, 16 or 17, we do flag. And it's a situational review in that sense, with parental permissions and stuff. Some positions can work out for 16 and 17. So you're welcome to apply. It just all depends on availability, parental support, and things like that. So if you guys are interested in joining the TLP crew and helping support our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because space is better together, you can fill out that link in the chat. We are looking at growing the team with moderators, launch commentators, broadcast producers, space news, journalists, and more. So if you have skills you think that could help us expand what we do, definitely take a moment and fill out that application. We got a little bit of time here while we wait for launch, and we'd appreciate hearing from you guys. If you had applied before, we ask that you apply again. We launched an all-new application process, so we'd appreciate you taking that time, if you're still interested, to apply again. Interviews are currently underway. Josh Mogg, is it possible to buy a satellite or make one of our own and launch it? Absolutely, it's possible to build your own CubeSat these days. It's not cheap to launch, and it's not the easiest thing to get onto a launch manifest. type of thing. So it kind of depends what you're wanting to launch, where you're launching. Missions like Transporter on Falcon 9 definitely open it up to be a lot easier, quote unquote, to launch, but it's still quite expensive. It's a very detailed process. Now, if something like Taiga, if that's what we're calling it, Taiga, work, then that could open up more capabilities. That's one of the things of, could you imagine if universities in Canada could launch their own payloads on a Canadian vehicle rather than having to save up and spend tens of thousands or more to launch it on an American rocket or Russian or something for students to complete their research or different things like that. This is why we're seeing a lot of nations working on their own launch vehicles, is they want to be able to launch their payloads from their soil and not have to rely on other nations or exports. Really great question. Thanks for sending that in. And see those people up on the hill watching and waiting. I'm sure it's a little chilly out there as the morning sun rises on Canada's new spaceport, where NordSpace is preparing to launch. Keeping an eye out for any updates from NordSpace. We haven't had one in a couple of hours, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that. But keep sending in your comments and your questions. Do CubeSats go high into sky, and what does it do? Will it show us weather or what? And would it be under 10,000 for launch? Definitely not under 10,000. I mean, absolutely not. Not for a rocket launch, especially if you're wanting a dedicated launch. CubeSats can be deployed into very low orbit, where they maybe don't even make an entire orbit, or they can be launched from the International Space Station. They have a way of launching them from there, where then they go into orbit for a number of weeks, or they could be launched on a vehicle like Falcon 9 or others to higher altitude where they could last months or years. So, and they all depend on what the capabilities of what you build them to do. So there's lots of capabilities. All just depends on how they're built, what their purpose is. You don't just build a CubeSat and launch it because you're bored. There has to be a purpose for it. Things like that. I mean, you could build a CubeSat just because you want to, but I doubt you're going to get a launch company to launch it if there's not a practical use for it, or a mission for it, or research, or things like that. Jim, do we have a confirmed launch time? Not as of yet. We are keeping an eye out for that. Hopefully we'll get one soon. I, like most Canadians, are hoping not to be up the entire night, but we'll wait and see what happens. South of Hollywood, I would launch my rocket from Mount Everest. It's a shorter trip. It might be shorter, but really not by much. And the amount of money and effort and resources it would cost to get a rocket up to the top of Mount Everest, it would actually be far more expensive, far less capable than just launching from a lower spaceport at a normal altitude. Believe it or not. So look at the beautiful 3D printed Hadfield engine that'll be launched on Taiga here today. We're awaiting NordSpace to begin their live coverage, and once they do, we will of course patch them in. I've gone back to that live shot of the viewing site that's on the adjacent peninsula for today's mission. Weather is looking good. Kind of neat to see everyone just sitting on the side of a cliff edge. It's not a mountain, but a cliff edge, overlooking the launch site here today. That white flash you see on the radar, that's an updated imagery coming in from the GOES weather satellites. Current conditions down at launch site, 11 degrees, low winds. So you can see on your screen, very clear skies. Chaz, do you think they maybe called it taiga in reference to the forest in Russia at the same latitude? It's possible. I'm not entirely certain. Robert, that must be the world's largest 3D printer? No, not at all. There are 3D printers now that print buildings. And they're something that will likely be used when we go to Mars. So this is a very small printer. There's actually printers in the United States that are printing rockets. Like rocket, not just the engine, but the actual rocket. So, no, 3D printing's come a very, very long way. I'm not going to say too much more about that, but you're definitely going to want to stay tuned to the TLP shop for the holiday season this year. If you're a fan of rockets. I, like you, are eagerly awaiting liftoff here this morning. Waiting for an updated T0. We don't have that as of yet. Originally, they said they believe they would launch about an hour after they started their broadcast. So if we take that, we would be at 35 minutes. But based on the last update, it didn't sound like they were going to need all that time once they started the broadcast. So we are all waiting together. Joys and adventures of a new launch company. It's exciting. Take a very quick commentary break. Get some more updates for you. Stay with us right here on the Launchpad as we count down to the historic first commercial launch from Canada. And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the Launchpad. You're looking at a live view of the viewing location for NordSpace's historic first flight. We're continuing to monitor the conditions and any updates we're waiting for from NordSpace. Apparently, a couple people that are down there in the area were told by the fire department that they're maybe considering launch in about 15 minutes time from now. So we'll bring our countdown clock back up on the screen here, running to that time. But we'll keep an eye on that, and of course bring you updates as we get closer to that, if we can confirm that, or if they can we get any updates in from NordSpace. They do have a long launch window, multi-hour window that extends most of the day, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that. But according to some people down there on the launch site area, one of the fire department people said 15 minutes. I think they also said that 15 minutes ago, so it is continuing to slip, but that's what happens with these test launch vehicles. We do, of course, expect NordSpace to give some sort of update prior to liftoff. It's not just going to be, boom, they launch. I mean, they could. It would kind of be funny for all the people on the hill that have been waiting, just suddenly the rocket goes. But we'll be keeping a close eye on those updates and, of course, bring them to you as we get them. Charlie Orlando says, thanks for bringing this coverage to us, Zach. Absolutely, Charlie. Thanks for being here. Good morning, Joni. Great to have you. If you haven't yet, take a moment and engage that like button. Share out the stream. Invite people to join us for the historic first commercial launch from Canada. Again, this is an estimated T0 at this time based on what some people in the area are saying. So we're awaiting any sort of actual confirmed time from NordSpace, but obviously their focus is going to be on launching a rocket, not on getting updates out to the media. So again, we're standing by for any sort of update from NordSpace on a confirmation of their launch window. Launching as early as 10 minutes from now, but I would expect that we would get an update at least 10 minutes prior to launch, I would hope. But it is a test flight, so we'll wait and see what happens. Stay with us as we await a historic first flight from Canada. And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the Launchpad. There is a live look at Slick 02 at the Canada's new NordSpace Atlantic Spaceport Complex, where you can see the rocket is out on the pad. The crew is getting ready to take the rocket vertical in preparation for launch. We've turned on the control audio. Now listening in to NordSpace Mission Control. See lots of questions in the chat about, wait, that's the rocket? This is a test vehicle. This is the Tiga launch vehicle by NordSpace. This is a 15, I believe it's 15 feet tall, 1 feet in diameter, 17 feet tall, 1 foot in diameter launch vehicle with a singular Hadfield engine created and printed by NordSpace. Tundra will be their orbital launch vehicle that'll launch to that'll be 75 feet tall and approximately 15 feet in diameter, which will launch from the Slick 01 right next to this. That has not been built yet. That is set to launch in 2027. This is a test flight. We got a little information from the CEO on today's mission objectives from some of his communications on X leading up to this flight. Their goal is 30,000 feet for today. But their biggest goal is to have a nominal launch, test their integrated systems, advance the spaceport, actually successfully launch off the pad. They would be able, if they think it's valuable, to fly an upgraded version to about 500,000 feet or 150 kilometers of the same vehicle, but they're likely going to move directly to launching their orbital vehicle, the Tundra, which they're targeting launch for 2027. You can see the crews there working on Taiga as they close up the side hatches on the vehicle in preparation for launch. We've yet to have an updated T0. The moment that we do, we will of course put that up on your screen. You can see there the two flag poles with the Canada flag in the background, and they are not flapping at all. There is zero wind at the spaceport this morning, which is fantastic for this type of launch vehicle. If you guys have questions, keep sending those in the chat by tagging me at the Launchpad, and stay with us as we await a updated T0 and the countdown to Canada's first historic commercial rocket launch. And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the Launchpad and our live coverage of the first commercial launch from Canada. We just got an update from NordSpace that TIGA is now vertical on Slick 2 at the NordSpace Atlantic Spaceport Complex. They're going to be adjusting their camera here. Every time they adjust their camera, they end up buffering their feed. So if you can hear me and see me, we're not buffering. That's on NordSpace's side. But we will wait for them to come in and, of course, patch in their audio once they hopefully begin some commentary or maybe mission control audio. But the rocket is now vertical on the pad. As we step into this part where the countdown should now begin, if you haven't yet, take a moment, share out the stream again, invite people to join us, as this is when we really get deep into it, and hopefully we will get to see this rocket launch from that really beautiful spaceport in Newfoundland. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad Network, and here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together, and we're glad to have you joining us live here this morning. I know lots of new people just joining in, so take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. If you have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad, and we'll work on answering those live. Now, NordSpace does have just over 2 hours, I believe it is, left, two and a half hours left in this morning's launch window. If for some reason they aren't able to make that, which they are looking like they will, they do have a backup window that starts this afternoon at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, I believe it is, 1:30, 2 o'clock, somewhere around there, Eastern, for a number of hours. So lots of opportunity to launch today, but for all of you that have been here for the last 4 hours that we've been live, I appreciate your dedication to being here and your support of NordSpace and our live broadcast here. If we knew it was going to be this late, we probably would have started now, just so everyone could get a little bit more sleep. But we appreciate that you guys have been staying with us here through really most of the night. Andy's still watching from Portsmouth in the UK. Great to have you here. We got Chaz in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We got Dustin in Montreal, but he's from PEI. Welcome. Great to have you here. NordSpace went to adjust their live camera, and it seems like every time they go to switch their camera, they end up buffering their stream. So we'll hopefully get that live view, the pad shot here momentarily, so we can see the rocket vertical on the pad. Sad we didn't get to actually watch it go vertical, but we'll be keeping a close eye on that. If you're just joining us, welcome. We're standing by for the launch, the first commercial launch ever from Canada. It is also a liquid vehicle. This is a test flight. This is also a kind of Pathfinder mission. There we go. That's what we've been waiting for. And of course, right as I say that, the stream buffers again. But that looks like we've got running, and there we go. I think I might have cut the audio off there. Sorry about that. There we go. There is the view of the rocket out on the pad, and we've got our countdown clock running. It looks like they have not locked that T0 mark just yet, but we'll have ours running and we'll sync it up with theirs once they start theirs. Unfortunately, their stream buffers a lot, so we want to have our countdown running for you guys to have at least a rough idea on what is happening here today. The time at the bottom of the corner of your screen, that is the current time in Newfoundland. 9:27 a.m. Teams have been working through the very early morning hours. Would have been amazing to see the rocket go vertical with this screen, but unfortunately they did not do that for some reason. But we'll wait and see what happens. It looks like they might be holding at that 1 hour mark, and we'll sync our countdowns once they begun running their clock. But for all of you that have been here for 4 hours, looks like we got a little bit longer to wait. And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the Launchpad. We have our countdown clock running based on the last update of when they switched over to their launch feed with the multiple cameras. But when they did that, at the top left corner, it was 59:59 and holding. And then their feed broke. So we don't know if the countdown is running or not. We've had no other update. So we're leaving ours running in the top right corner of your screen. We will sync it with theirs once they actually do hopefully get their stream back online. Unfortunately, I'd say that's one of their biggest struggles has been keeping their stream online. On the right side of your screen is a look at live imagery coming in every 5 minutes from the GOES weather satellite. Taking a look, you can see that nighttime leaving, the sun rising, and as the sun has risen, you can see those clouds have really started to develop around the launch site. It was completely clear at sunrise. We're really starting to see those clouds build. So they do have about 2 hours, just over 2 hours left in their morning launch window. If for some reason they weren't able to make that, they do have a backup window in the afternoon. But we are waiting for some sort of update from NordSpace directly on the status of today's launch. If you haven't yet, take a moment, share out the stream, invite people to join us. Also, we'd love to see your TLP watch party pics. Don't forget to take those, who you're watching with, how you're watching, and send them to us over on X at TLPN_official or over on our TLP community Discord and Space Chat. We'll try to pull some of those up on the stream maybe in a little bit. We did put a note also in our chat. If you happen to be down in the St. Lawrence area around the Atlantic Spaceport and are a photographer or videographer and are interested in possibly being a rocket chaser out in that area, definitely get in contact with us. We'd love to connect with you and partner with you to cover the Atlantic Spaceport. But also, if you happen to live in the area and know anyone with property that is able to see the spaceport, I don't know how other people's properties, if it's able to see it. But if you happen to know somebody, definitely get in contact with us as well. We have some ideas of some stuff we'd love to do out there, so we'd appreciate you getting in touch with us. You can do so via email, contact at tlpnetwork.com, or just via Discord or X as well. Sorry about the yawning there. We've been live for 4 hours and 20 minutes. We went live thinking it was going to launch within about an hour of when we went live, so it has been a long night, and I am on caffeine free right now. If you know, you saw the personal update. If you haven't, go check it out. So we are struggling, but we are chugging through the night, just like all the rest of you. I think I saw it was Gary got up and went out to the viewing site, sat there for 3 hours, and then nothing happened. So he's just gone home and we'll watch it from his deck, which is awesome that you can do so. But I know the dedication to going out to a launch site, sitting for hours, is disappointing. It's hard. It's you make that commitment, and it's not the funnest thing to do. Angela, it'll be an awesome rocket launch. It looks like a cool rocket, different from the ones down south. Well, this is just a test vehicle. So this is their small rocket that only has a singular engine on it. This one's 17 feet tall, 1 foot in diameter. Their future rocket will be 75 feet tall and 15 feet in diameter. So their future rocket will be basically as tall as the silver part of this rocket. Remove the nose cone. So as tall as the silver part of this rocket is how wide their next generation, their orbital rocket will be, which is really, really cool. They're going to be scaling up dramatically. It's something like the nose cone will be the size of this vehicle. This vehicle is a single-stage launcher, set to launch up to about 30,000, 35,000 feet. The mission is expected to last between 30 and 60 seconds if they are able to complete all objectives. We are awaiting some sort of update from NordSpace, and unfortunately, the last time, normally when their feed has dropped out, they've come back within a couple of minutes. But this time they've been down for a fair little bit of time, so we're hopeful that they'll be able to reestablish that connection. Oh, and as I say that, we get it back. There's a guy out on the pad, a lot less people. Looks like he's working on the engine. But that countdown clock is still not moving. So now that they have their feedback, we will confirm that we are in a hold at this point, and we will update our countdown once they have one. We wanted to at least have that countdown running so you guys could see that yes, we were actually live while they were buffering. Maybe someone unplugged their internet, but the camera is back. But we are still sitting at waiting at that hour mark. Seeing the person there gives some great scale of just the size of this launch vehicle. You can also see in the bottom right, the top right screen, and a little bit even on the left screen, that Canada flag now definitely waving in the wind. This morning at sunrise, at the original liftoff time, the opening of their window, that flag was wrapped around the pole and not moving. So the later they've been waiting, definitely the higher chance that weather could be an impact for their launch vehicle. But they're still working towards a liftoff here this morning as of the last update. And for the first time this morning, we have a countdown clock that has been updated dynamically. We are at T minus 29 minutes, 59 seconds, and holding. We are in a hold, but we are no longer sitting at that 59-minute mark that we saw originally. That is an incredible sign that things are continuing towards a launch opportunity here today. They've only got one guy out on the pad there. Looks like there's one off to the side of the pad. Keep in mind, this is a fueled launch vehicle. This is ready for launch in that sense. So we'll be keeping a close eye on this, but a great sign that we are continuing towards liftoff here this morning. T minus 29 minutes, 59 seconds, and holding. If you're just joining us, you're looking at live views from the beautiful Slick 02 at the Atlantic Spaceport Complex, developed by NordSpace in Newfoundland and Labrador. We are glad to have you all joining us live here today. Take a moment, share out the stream, and invite people to join us. We're answering your guys' comments and questions. You can send those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad. You don't have to send them as super chats. We try to answer every question that we can. But if you'd like to support what we do, you can do so, and we appreciate that support. The goal today, launch, clear the pad, and hopefully reach an altitude of 30 to 35,000 feet. The rocket will burn for 30 to 60 seconds. This is a Pathfinder mission. An upgraded version of this vehicle could reach up to 500,000 feet or 150 kilometers, but the CEO of NordSpace said late last week, that they will likely go directly to their Tundra launch vehicle, which is their orbital launch vehicle. The vehicle on your screen stands 17 feet tall, 1 foot in diameter. Their orbital launch vehicle will stand 75 feet tall and be 15 feet in diameter, which means if you take off the nose cone of this vehicle, that black part on the tip, their orbital launch vehicle will basically be that wide. So a very large scale up for their operation. We got lots of people tuning in all over the world, so we're glad to have you joining us. Ben Bradley, so this guy is their red team. I guess you could refer to it that way. Yeah, absolutely, in a way. Jetlag, he's installing the Estes 515 rocket engines. No, their rocket engine is a completely custom developed 3D printed. The entire engine is 3D printed, and it's called the Hadfield engine. This rocket will only launch with one engine, but their orbital vehicle will launch with multiples. But I do appreciate the idea that you could go get some Estes rockets and strap them in there. Nice difference about that. This is not a solid rocket like we see many vehicles this size. This is a liquid propellant vehicle. This is in some ways similar to SpaceX. This has liquid fuel in it that has to mix correctly, be ignited, and operate through their engine. So a really big milestone. So not only is this the first commercial launch from Canada, it's the first commercial liquid propellant rocket engine from Canada. It's the first launch from the Atlantic Spaceport Complex. So many things. Now, we're not going to the Kármán line today. We're only going to basically not even the altitude of commercial airliners, but it's a test, and it's a step towards going orbital. And keep in mind, just over a year ago, NordSpace was the idea on a napkin. This private company has gone from an idea on a napkin to in-house testing to on the pad ready to launch a Pathfinder mission in a year. And that is truly incredible for a 100% privately funded launch vehicle. So they've set the goal of 2027 for their orbital spacecraft Tundra, or their orbital launcher, Tundra. And we'll be excited to cheer them on. They also have future plans of possibly developing a space plane. So NordSpace might be one to watch. The Launchpad was built in the last couple weeks. Yes, this is a privately owned spaceport. The Atlantic Spaceport Complex was developed by NordSpace. They had to pave the roads, pave the Launchpad, bring in all the infrastructure all by themselves. It is not easy to do, and they have done it all just this summer. Excuse me for the yawns. We have been live for 4.5 hours, like many of you have been here with us. Excited for today, but it's a long day, or long night, I guess I should say. If you guys have questions, keep sending those in the chat by tagging me at the Launchpad. We'll work on answering those live. We're glad to have these live views that seem to have stabilized here, but of course we are watching those clouds in the sky and the wind conditions with that Canada flag, that beautiful Canada flag off in the background. And looks like he's walking off the pad. The other guy's walking away. Is this pad clear? Are we lucky enough to be at pad clear at this point? We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully we'll get some commentary from NordSpace, or at least an update here from them shortly. I would patch in their audio. Oh, and he's back with another box. Oh, he's on the other side of the rocket now. Okay. We hopefully will get some commentary or some mission control audio from them. I would patch in their audio now, but it is playing some very beautiful loud music, and I'm not too sure if it's copywritten or not. So that's why we've been playing our own looping tracks while we awaited some updates, and here we are. T-minus 29 minutes, 59 seconds, and holding. We've done it for Starship. We can do it for NordSpace. So stick it out with us. Take a moment, engage that like button. It is a long launch window. It opened at 5:30 Eastern time, which is why we went live when we did. They were targeting originally the opening of the window. That did not happen. It runs... Excuse me. It runs until 9:30, I believe it is Eastern, so an hour from now. And then if they don't make that window, they have a backup window this afternoon that opens at, I think it's like 1:30 Eastern, 2 o'clock Eastern time. So that countdown clock, it needs to start ticking. It needs to start ticking in the next kind of 30 minutes or so if they're going to make this this morning window. Try to see if I can confirm that launch window time again here. It was only kind of clarified this morning, their launch window time. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. The launch window opened 2.5 hours earlier than they were originally planning, and that's why they were targeting 4 a.m. Eastern, and that's why we went live when we did. Then they adjusted it to 5 a.m. Eastern was going to be their first attempt, so that's why we went live exactly at that just before that 1 hour mark. But ultimately, it has taken them longer to get to the point for where we need to be for launch. But the fact that we are at that 29 minutes 59 seconds and holding, it's nice to at least have that on the screen, and we'll hopefully be able to see a launch here in the next hour. You can see those 2 crew working down on the engines, probably attaching all the... I'm assuming here, I don't like to do that, but I would assume they are removing those remove before flight final things, and making sure that all of the igniters are connected. John Michael, I'm going to mess up your last name, so I'm not even going to try it. So this is a sounding rocket, essentially. Yes, sort of. I'm excited to see rockets from Canada potentially get to orbit in the nearest future. From small beginnings, may we grow. Absolutely, John Michael, I appreciate that. Great sentiment. Super excited to see, as a Canadian, born and mostly raised here, but raised somewhat in the States. It was always a dream of becoming an astronaut as a child. But there was never a direct path to do that. We've only had 4 astronauts in our Canadian history. Obviously, Chris Hadfield being really the most known one. But because of that, it was, you have to go to NASA. Well, you can't just go to NASA as a Canadian. That's not how that works. So there was really no path to being involved in the space industry. We weren't launching rockets. We weren't doing those type of things. So the fact that this next generation now has multiple launch providers in Canada working towards their maiden flights, from America or from Canadian soil. We're so used to talking about the U.S. and SpaceX. From Canadian soil, that is just really, really cool that they can stay at home, our homeland, and still get into the space industry. Yeah, we're not launching starships from Canada at this point, maybe one day, but the fact that we're going to have anything and we're going to have orbital capability within, they want by 2027, let's be realistic. By the end of the decade, we will have an orbital launch vehicle launching from Canada. That's really cool because at the start of the decade, no one even had a clue that that's what we were going to try to do. So the fact that we are now closer to a orbital capability than we were from even the idea of this ever existing, that is really awesome progress and an exciting day for Canada and for the whole space industry, but especially for Canadians. You've heard NordSpace's CEO say it, kind of a take on Jim Bridenstine's American rockets from American soil carrying American astronauts. We want Canadian rockets carrying Canadian payloads on Canadian launch facilities, and that's a really big step towards being able to be a sovereign spacefaring nation. Canada was the third ever country in all of human history to launch a satellite. There was Russia, then there was America, and then Canada was third with Alouette 1. I believe it was Alouette 1. It was Alouette something. It's been a long night. But we were third. And then we were critical to the development of the space shuttle and the International Space Station. The ISS would not have really been possible without the space shuttle having a Canada arm on it. Same with the space station. It still wouldn't be fully operational without the Canada arm on it like it is today. They still use it very, very frequently. To the point, the Lunar Gateway Space Station has the third generation Canada arm on it, which is actually a big arm with a smaller arm to assist the big arm in its operations. So Canada has been a big part of the space industry, but to be able to pivot and not have to send Canadian payloads to America or to Arianespace to launch out of French Guiana and places like that, that's really exciting and huge. Shogun came over from the NordSpace stream, better with the commentary than the music they're playing. I appreciate that, Shogun. Welcome. Glad to have you here with us. Trying to do my best. We only know so much, but we'll answer the questions we can, and hopefully this countdown clock will release the hold in the near future. And I hope NordSpace did see our comment earlier or sees this stream. We would love to partner with them and help them through this. You know, they know their rocket. We know how to do live streaming. So we say space is better together. Let's do it. And there is a step forward. Propellant loaded has been lit up. That is a step in the right direction, everyone. We are now waiting for the launch pad to be secured, tanks to be pressurized, and a go for flight. But we're continuing step by step, getting closer to that launch opportunity. And we'll have to see how that happens. We do have a poll. We like to have fun. We like to hear what you guys think. And we put, how do you think today's flight will go? Will it launch today? And how will it go? And 20% of you don't think it's getting off the ground today. 52% of you, I like this 52%, say yes, and it's going to be 100% successful. That's what we want to see. Go NordSpace. 17% of you say it's going to launch today, but it's going to have some sort of anomaly, either on the pad or in flight. And 11% of you say yes, other. So if you're part of that 11%, let us know in the chat what you're meaning. Layden, reach out to Launchpad. I can help with that. I did send an email or two, Layden, so if you're on the team, maybe you can find them. I'll send out another one. Or if you guys want to reach out to us, we're on X, Discord, Facebook, emails, contact at tlpnetwork.com. Yeah, let's see what we can do together. You guys, we're in Alberta, so we're a little bit of a ways away, but we can make it happen. It's not impossible, and it's cool because we're both Canadians, so we can. It's a little less difficult dealing with ITAR like we would deal with in the States. So, yeah, with our team, we can definitely try to figure out some options there. We have some ideas, and we're not one of those companies like give us thousands and thousands of dollars to do it. We want to help support NordSpace and any launch provider too. Like if you're watching and you're part of another launch provider around the world or a spaceport around the world, definitely get in contact with us. We want to help support the space industry with what we know and know best. We know how to operate 24/7 cameras, weather stations, air traffic tracking, all of that. So we do have some of those capabilities, and we're happy to partner together appropriately and make sure that the world can see the amazing things that these launch providers are doing, or even students are doing with some of the university launches, because we're really in a new era of space exploration. And Launchpad has been secured. That is it. We have pad clear for today's maiden flight of NordSpace. And the countdown clock is running. We're going to sync our clock. T-minus 29 minutes, 45 seconds, and counting till launch. This is the most activity we have had all morning. So excuse the slight overexcitement probably, but the clock is running. And that is really, really awesome. 30 minutes from now, math, be 9:20 something, roughly, like 9:28 roughly. We will get our countdown clock up on the screen momentarily to sync up with theirs, just in case for some reason we do have a hold come across. Oh, not even 29. I have been up too long. It's even less than that. They are targeting a liftoff of 9:08 Eastern Time. That is Dreamland. Any updates on NS-35? We haven't had anything as of yet, but when we hear something, we will, of course, be bringing you live coverage of that. There we go. We've got our countdown clock is synced. Give or take a second. If you were just joining us, you're looking at live views of the beautiful NordSpace Atlantic Spaceport Complex in Newfoundland and Labrador in Canada. Yes, Canada. We are preparing to watch the first commercial launch ever to launch from Canada. The goal altitude 30,000 to 35,000 feet. This is a single stage liquid propellant vehicle preparing to launch. This is a pathfinder for the Tundra launch vehicle, which will stand 75 feet tall, 15 feet in diameter, and have orbital launch capabilities. At T-minus 27 minutes, 25 seconds, and counting till liftoff. Next up, we'll wait for confirmation of tanks being pressurized to flight levels. Dustin, does it have a chute, or are they going to scuttle it? That is a good question. I don't actually have an answer for that one. I appreciate that support. Shogun, I am in Newfoundland. Sorry. I know Canadians, we slur it, but Newfoundland. I haven't slept yet, and I didn't want to miss this, and then they were delayed. I appreciate you staying up with me, Shogun. Tom Michael says, I'm going to go ahead and say 100% successful. Let's be optimistic. And I don't care if you butcher my name. Give it a shot if you want. L'Elevier? L'Elevier? I'm assuming it's French. Or at least European. We're glad to have you here. Cyprus, so Zach is now working with the Canadian Space Agent, Canadian Space. I would love to work with them in any way possible. If Canada Space and any of the companies want to work together, let's do it. We say space is better together, but you know what? Canada Space is better with more Canadians, so. Shogun didn't realize you were on the other coast. I'm over in Alberta, so yeah, I'm still 2 hours from the west coast, but if I looked at going out for this flight, and just with the uncertainty of the launch window, and some personal family stuff that's going on this week, like nothing bad, just a bunch of family stuff that was already scheduled and couldn't be moved. It just wasn't possible for me to make it out to Newfoundland, unfortunately, but I'll definitely be there for the orbital launch in 2027. And if they end up trying to do another suborbital, or if we can partner with NordSpace, then we'd be more than happy to make sure that we can get out there. Chris Hadfield proud today. Yeah, the Hadfield engine's going to launch for the first time. JD, where's this launch from? It is from Newfoundland in Canada. Everything is better with more Canadians, is my experience. I feel like that needs to be a new shirt on the TLP shop. Everything's better with more Canadians. If you guys have questions, you can keep sending those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad. Share out the stream. Invite people to join us as we count down to launch. It's a big day. Just under T-minus 23 minutes and counting till liftoff here this morning. Launching into Eastern Province airspace is close to the U.S. and Europe airway tracks. Is FAA, CA being notified? Absolutely. So they have a full launch license for this. There's a 3-mile NAVMAR in effect, so for boat traffic, they can't come within 3 miles of the launch facility, and then there would be a TFR in effect as well around that. But that's a really good point. For those that don't know, air traffic traveling from North America to Europe have highways that travel over the Atlantic, and many of them do pass from in this area. So this could definitely be making an impact to that. It'll be something I have to look into and let you guys know. Gorgonite, sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Thank you so much for that 279 Canadian Super Chat. Thank you for streaming this historic event. I appreciate your support. Alok, this one will not. Alok is asking, will this one go to the Carmen line? Not this flight. This flight is going to 30 to 35,000 feet. So not even the max altitude of a commercial air traffic flight. I've flown up at 39,000, almost 40,000 feet on an airliner. So this will be going just shy of that. But they could, the CEO of NordSpace has said previously to media that they could do a modified variant of it. Oh, we are in a hold. T minus 21 minutes, 20 seconds, and holding. No idea why, but we'll wait for an update. They could do a modified version or an upgraded variant kind of version of this. We don't know what that means, but that could reach up to 500,000 feet, which would be 150 kilometers. So that could go over the Kármán line, but their current plan is if this flight goes well, they will go from the Tiga, which is what this rocket's name is, and they will go to their orbital vehicle, which is called Tundra. And Tundra is, so this rocket is 17 feet tall. Tundra will be 75 feet tall. This rocket is 1 foot in diameter. Tundra will be 15 feet in diameter. So if you're looking on your screen, that bigger screen on the left, take off the black nose cone. That silver part from the engine to the top by the nose cone, that is almost the width of what their orbital vehicle will be. So it's a much, much larger vehicle. John Michael, I gotta laugh. It's pronounced kind of like Loulevier. You'll have to hear it, but thanks for trying. It's always interesting to hear how people say it. But anyways, back to rockets. I appreciate it. My last name's Aubert, but in France it's Aubert. But in some of the islands of France, it was Aubert. So, car guy, are there cameras on board? That's a great question. I would assume so. Demanding I answer you is not going to be a way for me to answer your questions. Just, fair warning. But if you tag me, I will try to get to your question at the Launchpad. I'll definitely make the drive to see a Tundra launch. So cool if it's an hour and a half away. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely worth the drive. If I'm flying 5 hours and then driving like 4.5, 5 hours, I hope you make the 90-minute drive. And the countdown clock is running. We will resync our clock with them here. We had a just shy of 2-minute delay, but that is okay. T-minus 20 minutes, 37 seconds, and counting till liftoff. We will patch in NordSpace's audio when they get closer to launch if they stop the music. We're hoping that they do, even if it's just raw pad audio. Are they waiting for the next window opening? Nope, they are trying to go within this launch window. So they have, if I'm doing the math correctly, they have 40 minutes left in the window. And they're at T-minus 20 minutes and counting. The propellant has been loaded, and the launch pad has been secured. Next step will be for tanks to be pressurized. Take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Zach, I've heard control room voices from time to time on the official stream. Yeah, they've patched in some sort of voice that's given an update a couple of times, but it's been like very rare, and it was a lot more earlier in the morning. But unfortunately, they have incredibly loud music on it, so it's not even something that I can... Sometimes I could tweak the music out enough that we could hear just the voices, but unfortunately it wouldn't be possible with this one. A lot, why is the Canadian Space Agency themselves not developed any launch vehicle yet? I'm just going to say I support the Canadian Space Agency's vision, and I hope that they will do a lot more in the future that they haven't done in the past. Let's go with that. Shogun, yeah, 40 minutes left in the window. So they've got 20 minutes of hold left max. I mean, technically you would want to take a couple minutes off for flight. So I would say they've got about 15 to 17 minutes left that they could hold if they need to. So they're definitely running it tight. And I don't think they would have done the work that they did, I'm assuming, with the igniters on the engine and clearing the pad if they didn't think they were going to make this window. Because otherwise they're going to be sitting in this state for hours until the next window opens this afternoon. If you're just joining us, you're looking at live views of Slick 02 at NordSpace's Atlantic Spaceport Complex, or ASX, they've been calling it. Church, this is the first commercial. Has there been any public attempts? There's been like universities. I want to say there was one very early in like the 60s or 70s that was publicly funded, but I'm not sure if it actually launched. Canada helped develop like the Black Brant and some of those other vehicles that have launched around the world. We are holding again. 17 minutes, 5 seconds, and holding. I think they're doing their best Blue Origin New Shepard impression. Canadian NordSpace is not... Correct. Yeah, NordSpace is not involved or part of the Canadian Space Agency. It is a 100% privately funded company. Now, if they start doing orbital missions, maybe the Canadian Space Agency will give them some funding or some missions. That would be awesome. But NordSpace is completely... NordSpace is equivalent to SpaceX, but NordSpace has not been given any contracts or funding, where SpaceX has been given like $1 billion for Starship by the military. Or at least they had a contract for it. I'm not sure if that actually went through. Lots of hold on this one. Go Canada? Yeah, absolutely. Website says hold. Have they updated the website? Are we getting updates? It's been a while. The website does not say hold. So I don't know where you're seeing that. Because there's no live information on the website. The last update was at 6 a.m. Newfoundland time, which was many hours ago because it's 7 a.m. here at the TLP Canada studio. Your stream is great so far, I say. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Sean Michael. I'm trying. It's hard when you don't have control of the cameras. You don't have a lot of updates, and we only know so much about the vehicle. You know, I could talk for hours on a Falcon 9 and a Starlink if I needed to, but we're a little limited on this, but we're excited about it, and that's why we want to be here. And I'm hoping it gets off the ground here in the next, 35 minutes or so, 30 minutes or so. It'll be an exciting day for Canada. We'll definitely try to get that interview with the CEO or even some of the other teams of NordSpace. I'd love to even just talk with more of the team than just the CEO, but CEO has a vision, and the hold maybe is lifted. The countdown clock is running, T-minus 17 minutes and counting till launch. That was a 3-minute hold. So we're continuing to slowly eat into that remaining liftoff time. We have maybe about 15 minutes left extra that we could hold at this point, approximately. Is there any news coverage of this? A couple news stations did stories on it late last week or over the weekend, because their first launch attempt opportunity was Monday. So they had Monday through Friday to launch it, and the weather didn't look great in the airspace they were going to do because of the remnants of the hurricanes. So today was the best opportunity. So they kept delaying, which we were a little thankful for. Obviously, navigating Starship, T-minus 16 seconds and counting. But it'll be definitely supper time news today if it goes, which is would be super exciting. If you happen to be with any of the news stations and you need a space commentator's opinion, more than welcome to reach out. We love helping support those teams. Yeah, if you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that like button, share out the stream. I know it's annoying to hear, but it really does help us out, and it's free to do. T-minus 15 minutes and counting. If it's your first time here, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad Network. Here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. We bring you full live launch coverage, exclusive one-on-one interviews, factory tours, and more. If you're interested in becoming part of our crew, Nightbot will drop a link in the chat every now and again. We do have applications open for our rocket chaser position. That's our photographers and videographers. They're located around the world, near launch sites or facilities. We also have positions open for our live broadcast producers, our launch commentators, moderators, and space news journalists. So if you like writing about current space news or space history, lots of positions open. It's a volunteer team of volunteers all around the world. We'd love to welcome some more Canadians and people from around the world onto the TLP crew. T-minus 13 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. Is this orbital or suborbital? This launch will be suborbital to 30 to 35,000 feet. But an upgraded version of this vehicle could reach up to 150 kilometers. But they are working this as a Pathfinder, and then will go straight to building their Neutron launch vehicle. Not Neutron, excuse me. Tundra launch vehicle, which is their orbital class. Alok, what's your name? My name's Zach, and I'm the founder and CEO of the Launchpad Network. We are in a hold. T-minus 12 minutes, 54 seconds and holding. Shadow, is travel paid for the rocket chasers? No and yes. Kind of depends. If I'm sending someone on assignment somewhere and they weren't already going to go, then there's a conversation. But we try to have our rocket chasers positioned around launch facilities where, okay, yeah, a tank of gas is one thing, but, flying someone across the country, around the world, that's a different thing. So it's a case-by-case basis, mission-by-mission basis. But the rest of generally they're volunteer positions at this time. We are hoping to have a few paid positions maybe open in the new year for journalism. But that'll all depend on how the fall and winter go for us. We got some big projects in the works that we can't wait for you guys to see. We'll see how long we sit in this hold. Someone asked, is there national news? One of the national news agencies just went live on their website. They're doing some coverage of it. But nothing against any news agency. They're not going to know much about space, right? They cover a wide variety of topics. So for them to try to cover this, they'll really only know the basics. Which I'm still glad they're covering it, but it definitely makes it a little bit more limited. Chaz, we're running out of hold time. Their launch window is about to run out. Yeah, their launch window ends in 27 minutes. So they've got about 15 left running. So, yeah, they got if the clock could hold here for 15 minutes and then start, but then it basically couldn't stop again. Celis, what if I have a journalist for you right now from Newfoundland? Yeah, definitely invite us, send us an application in, or contact us via our social medias or Discord. Let us know. Donnie, CBC invites experts. CBC invites people sometimes like me, which I'm totally open to doing it, but I would not say I am an expert in my field. The people building the rockets are the experts. I'm not a rocket scientist. I know a fair bit from what I've learned over the years, but many news agencies will look to people like myself or commentators or book writers to be their air quote experts. They might not actually be an expert. Hot take. I know. But that's also CBC. And if you're Canadian, that's enough said about it. It's an exciting day, though, here in Canada. We are currently just under 13 minutes. We are holding for liftoff. Propellant load is complete. Launchpad has been secured. And we are waiting for this hold to be released. I will say we still are very lucky that we're even getting any video views. A lot of launch providers wouldn't go to this effort for a test flight, especially a small test flight, not an orbital test flight. So we are very appreciative of NordSpace for going to the effort to try to do this, and we're wishing all the best. Exciting time in Canadian space history. August 29th. Hopefully a day for the history books here. But we are keeping a close eye on the end of that window. Canadian SIGs, are you a member of any rocketry associations? Not yet, but I've been looking into them. I would love to join one. So, if you're part of one, definitely let me know. I'm hoping that's a vent. I'm hoping that's supposed to be there. There's a new launch vehicle, so unfortunately, I see people asking, is that normal? I can't tell you. We've never seen this vehicle before. So it looks like it's a vent that should be there. Keep in mind, this is a liquid-fueled rocket, so that would make sense. That would also make sense that they're pressurizing the tanks to flight levels. That's that next thing on the milestone, which it's possible that is why they have had a hold. They have some audio of what's happening. Like, not commentator, but they have like, it sounds like a sound, like a, I think they have a live audio pad mic, it sounds like, but they have music playing over it. So you can't really hear it, unfortunately. So, NordSpace, if you're listening, can you turn the music off so we can hear the pad? I want to hear the rocket hissing. When you transfer liquid oxygen, you have to vent it. Yeah, true. That is true. Welcome back, David. Good to see you. Glad your account's working again there for you. Good to see your red helmet back. They're not playing the Canadian anthem. That's not a bad idea. Didn't think about doing that. Could have done that. Maybe next time. For the orbital one, we'll play the anthem. Now, if you're Canadian in the chat, you're going to know what I mean by my next question. Do we play the gospel opera choir national anthem that we had to sing in schools with? Or do we do the a cappella group? Or do we do like a nice proper anthem? You'll know who's Canadian or not in the chat by their reactions to this question. Unsapien? Sorry if I say that wrong. When you say there's a launch window, do they divert air traffic for this launch? Or do they launch between commercial? No, so when they have a launch window, that's when like navigation things are closed for airspace, for boat traffic, for the pad, for road traffic possibly. There's a bunch of stuff. So the launch window is a set period of time that everything is ready. Oh, the bagpipes. I forgot about the bagpipes. Yes. That was a... Yeah. OG classic. OG classroom version for sure. Wonder if they still do it. I don't think so. I think for a while they did it only on Mondays rather than every day, but... Bilingual, of course, Pauline. Yeah, absolutely. You have to go back and forth English and French. The bagpipes win. Oh, the bagpipes. Oh my goodness. It's fun to see so many Canadians in the chat. We can all have flashbacks, memories, PTSD of the anthems of our childhood. I see a few people asking why they're holding so many times. We don't know. We're not in mission control. They haven't issued an update. So, unfortunately, I cannot tell you. What I can tell you is they've got about 6 minutes, 7 minutes to release this hold, or they're going to be stuck waiting for their afternoon launch window. Nancy, great job, Zach. From remember pronounced Newfoundland as Newfoundland. I thought I was saying Newfoundland earlier, and someone corrected me that it was Newfoundland. I thought it was Newfoundland. We'll just call it the new land that's way over there. How about that? So far away from me. The beautiful Maritimes. We'll talk Canada Space Coast East. There we go. Oh, House Hippos. Bring back the house hippo. They actually did a few years ago. If you're not Canadian, totally not related to rockets, but go Google the Canadian house hippo and watch the videos. They're fantastic. They were on TV as ads all the time about trying to determine what's real or not on the internet. You're just joining us though, welcome. Take a moment, let us know in the chat where you were watching from. Do some shout outs. We're keeping an eye on that launch window time. It is currently 9:13 Eastern. They can launch until 9:30 Eastern time, if we remember the window correctly. We're currently holding just under 13 minutes and counting. Or sorry, 13 minutes and holding. We hope hopefully we'll be counting shortly. Well, we have not had any update from NordSpace on why we've had a hold. So oh, and for those that were saying on the website timer has ended showed up, I now realize what it is. That the countdown on their website counted down until 6:30 local time. So it was local time though, based on your computer, not based on the launch window. Oh, we have an update from NordSpace. Our launch window is active until noon, previously listed in the chat as 11 erroneously. So that means the launch window runs until 11. We're going to do some math here and we're going to do it verbally. 11 Newfoundland time, which would be 10:30 Atlantic, which would be 9:30. No, 12. So 11:30 Atlantic. So 10:30 Eastern. So we have an hour and 15 minutes left. So we do have another hour that they can hold. It's Newfoundland from a Newfoundlander. Yeah, the window's an hour longer. So we do have an hour and basically an hour and 2 minutes now that they can hold. So not much time, but a little bit. I hope they don't use all that though. I was hoping to get more than an hour sleep after this before I have some meetings today. We've been live for 5.5 hours, and I have seen some names in the chat that entire time. I appreciate you all still being here for this marathon stream. Who would have thought our NordSpace stream would rival the length of time as our Starship stream? We are going to take a very, very quick commentary break so I can refill my drink cup, which I should have done like 3 hours ago, and we'll be right back. So stay with us as we are T-minus 12 minutes, 54 seconds and holding until Canada launches its first commercial launch vehicle. Stay with us. And if you're just joining us, you are looking at a live view of Slick 02 at the NordSpace's Atlantic Spaceport Complex, where there is a drone now above the vehicle. So maybe they're taking a look at something, but we are currently holding at T-minus 12 minutes, 54 seconds and holding. We have about 50 minutes left in the launch window this morning. And then if for some reason they aren't able to go in that, they have about a 3-hour wait. And then they have another launch window that will open up this afternoon. So for all of us that have been live for 5 hours and 45 minutes, I think we're all very hopeful it will go now. I don't think any of us thought this countdown would go longer than the Starship, but we are excited to see NordSpace fly here today, the first commercial launch from Canada. We have a drone. They're doing their best Starbase impression. Bear with me if it sounds like the energy's down just a hair. I'm combating hydration and a migraine, but we're not going anywhere. And we're going to make sure that we cover this historic flight for Canada. There was a frost line above the grid fins. It's starting to go down. Was there? Oh yeah, there definitely was. There was a very clear frost line 15 minutes ago, and it's dissipated greatly. We didn't really notice it frost up because it just slowly faded to white, but we can definitely see it now defrosting. So maybe they're looking at something. You have to laugh at waiting this long, right, Gary? And you were out there. I know maiden flights are hard, but this is a struggle. Will someone get Zach some more coffee? Caffeine might help the migraine, but I was hoping to get a couple more hours of sleep after this before I have some meetings this afternoon, so I can't do Red Bulls. Doesn't fit the diet, and I've done too many. NordSpace said they were waiting for temperatures to get to ideal levels. Perhaps this is what they needed to get down. Possible? That is possible. Where did you hear that, Zach? Did they post that in their chat? I might have missed that when I went and got a drink. Unfortunately, I know they have talked a couple times on their audio, but their music's so loud you can't hear them. Posted in their chat. Okay, cool. Thanks, Zach. We need Tim Hortons to sponsor the channel. I wouldn't say no. That'd be cool. But after my operation, when I can enjoy a Timbit again, not allowed them now. Gregory relying on Newfoundland traffic is a choice. True. I mean, look at the wind now. The wind compared to where we were 5 hours ago. 5 hours ago, that flag was wrapped around the pole because there was zero wind and zero clouds. And now the flag is straight out and lots of clouds. When does the afternoon window start? 3 launch site time. They haven't told us when it ends. The afternoon window. A lock, I think it missed the morning window. Nope, they've still got 45 minutes. Yeah, they got 45 minutes left in their window. Oh, drone is leaving. If you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad. I'll work on answering those the best I can. On the right side of your screen is a live look at the latest imagery coming in from the GOES weather satellite. Had a few people ask where's the launch site on that, so I added a little red X to the approximate location of the launch site. Zach, your volume is low, not their music high. When an ad comes on, it's crazy loud. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't control the ad volume. I can try to crank up my mic a little bit more. I'm on my portable system right now, just because was planning on this not being as long of a stream. So I didn't set up the good mic, so hopefully that's a little bit better for you. Julian, Zach, do you know about employment opportunities at NordSpace? I don't, but I know they have a website, so you could reach out on there, I'm sure. Red Sun, it would be amazing to get a live stream meeting with some of the team from NordSpace. Any chance of this? Yeah, we're working on that. Hopefully. Dan, best of luck from Cocoa Beach on Florida Space Coast. Thanks so much, Dan. Appreciate that. Gary out by the curling club again, waiting to see it. There's probably 30 people here. Wow. 30. How long have the 30 people been sitting there? Because what time did you go out there originally, Gary? Let us know in the chat, because you were out there silly early this morning. Excuse me. Bear with me. Okay, we have an update from NordSpace. We are investigating an issue with the quick disconnect for nitrogen tank. The quick disconnect for the LOX tank had no issues. Rocket entering safe mode. We will solve this ASAP. That does not sound like a quick fix. So we'll see what happens. See if they're able to fix this within the 45-minute window, but it certainly sounds a lot less likely. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage the like button. Really does help us out. I find it interesting that they have not just scrubbed for the day and try again tomorrow. Turns out space launch ions are contagious. I apologize, Chris. You're welcome. Welcome, Borg. Appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Gonna take a quick commentary break again, and we'll be back. So stay with us right here on the Launchpad. And if you're just joining us, we've had another update from NordSpace. They will return for a second launch window at 1500 local time. Unfortunate, the nitrogen quick disconnect experienced an issue as it had been tested 200 times. We're on it. We want to do it right. So they are standing down from this launch opportunity. It's 11:23 local. And the next opportunity is at 1500 local, which is 3 o'clock. So they have 3.5 hours that they are going to go into this. So what we'll do is, because they may or may not end their stream. We're not certain on that. We will do a couple things to set up our stream, and then we will put an update on the screen so you guys can have a bit of a break. If you've been like with me all morning, maybe you want to take a couple of hours rest and then come back as they navigate this not necessarily a scrub, but a scrub of this window. And then they will try again in a few hours' time. So, as they said, they want to do this right. That's exactly what the right feelings should be. Doesn't make it any easier of a decision, especially since sounds like they tested this piece 200 times, and it just hasn't been able to work out the way that they were hoping here this afternoon. So with that, we will stay live, but we will take a bit of a commentary break for that time, so you can leave us up, and then we'll resume our coverage when we get a little bit closer to that next launch window a little bit later today. That is new rockets. It's they don't work necessarily perfect every time, but we still are want to cheer them on, and I'm sure we'll all feel a little bit better after we have a little bit of a rest. I know I will get this migraine under control, and then we will go from there. If you haven't yet, though, take a moment, gauge that like button, and subscribe if you enjoy space so you never miss another live launch coverage. Just adjusting this on screen here. There we go. But yeah, we'll just take a quick commentary break, and I will be back with you when I hear more updates. Stay with us right here on the Launchpad.